Your Honour, the first witness this morning is Mr John Gallagher, and I call Mr Gallagher, who I understand is present in court today. Come forward, please.
Mr Gallagher, just over here, thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Mr Gallagher, would you please state your full name, occupation, please, and business address?
My name's John H. Gallagher. I'm the Director of Flight Ops for Coulson Aviation USA, and my business address is Higgins Drive in Thermal, California.
Thank you, sir. Could the witness please be provided with volume 5?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to get my glasses, but
I'll do it in another way. Mr Gallagher, do you have before you your statements that you've provided in relation to these various inquests?
I do not.
we can arrange for this. Would you mind assisting?
Volume 5, and also the one that has the...
Oh, there it is.
Thank you. Mr Gallagher, could you please turn up tab 97 of that volume, which I understand is volume 5, which is now before you.
Okay.
And do you see there a statement behind tab 97 that you've provided to New South Wales Police dated the 2nd of March 2020?
I do.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
It is. There's one correction.
And what is that?
Paragraph 35, the last sentence, predictive should be replaced with reactive.
I think that's right.
I think we might be at a different... Are you behind tab 97, which is a statement of...
This is, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this as the police report. I mistook. Incorrect report. I'm with you.
That's all right.
Yeah.
We'll work through it. You're behind, I think, tab 98.
Yeah.
And is that your statement of 15 March 2023?
That's correct.
And so far as that statement or report is concerned, you wish to change paragraph 35 and the third last word, which refers to predictive, you wish to change that to reactive?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. And if you move one tab forward to tab 97, or back I should say, do you see there a statement dated 2 March 2020?
I do.
And are there any corrections in relation to that statement?
No, they're not.
Thank you. Now, I just very briefly want to deal with your experience. You've been involved in aerial firefighting as a pilot for over 20 years.
That's correct.
And in relation to those activities, you have over 8,000 hours of flight time.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct in understanding that in 2016 you were first trained in relation to the C-130 Hercules?
Yes.
And since that time, are you able to say how many flight hours you may have performed in relation to the C-130 Hercules?
Just shy of 600 hours.
And again, since 2016, and I'll do this in part, are you able to say how many retardant drops you may have performed in relation to the C-130 Hercules aircraft?
In the C-130, probably somewhere between 500 and 600 retardant drops.
And more generally, in relation to other craft, how many retardant drops would you have done in that 20-year experience of aerial firefighting?
Thousands.
For those watching the proceedings, could you just describe some of the capabilities of the C-130 Hercules and why it may be considered a suitable aircraft for aerial firefighting activities?
Sure. The C-130, in its basic design, was designed to do many, many different missions. It was designed for the military to carry heavy loads, to go into remote or unforgiving areas during wartime and bring people, cargo out of those areas. It is a high-wing airplane, what we call a straight-wing airplane, which is a high-lift wing. And it's also what we call a blown-wing airplane, in that the engines are mounted on the wing and the propellers are blowing the air back over the wing, which provides airspeed, or it reduces the stall speed when you are putting power on the airplane. In our business, that's a very good tool.
Is that a good tool because it enables it to flow at low altitudes, at low speeds, to perform retardant?
It's very well equipped to fly low and slow, correct.
Are there any other tankers, in your opinion, that you think are better suited for a low altitude, low speed retardant drop activity?
I don't know that I would say anything is better suited. I would make the statement that the C-130 is one of the best tankers in our business.
And coming now, if I may, to Coulson Aviation's and its fleet, how many C-130 Hercules does it have presently operating around the world?
We have 2.
And at the time of the tragic incidents that are on us concerned with, how many C-130 Hercules did you have as at January of 2020?
We had 2 at that time as well.
And what, if any, modifications did Coulson Aviation need to do to fit the C-130 that we're concerned with, that is B-134, to be able to undertake aerial firefighting activities either in North America or here in Australia?
Yeah. The basics of the modification is that you need to install a tank to carry the retardant in. So that's the basic modification, is a hole gets cut in the structure of the airplane through the bottom of the airplane, and the tank gets built, and it's actually a roll-in, roll-out tank, and then it gets installed on the cabin floor. There's many other modifications that take place to prepare the airplane, mainly removing equipment that we don't need, equipment that served the airplane when it was in a military role, to lighten the airplane up for us, to configure the avionics to our mission and that sort of thing. But the primary modification is the installation of the tank.
And the retardant tank to which you just referred, was that designed at the request of Coulson Aviation to make that specifically purpose-built for the C-130?
Yeah, that tank is a variation of what's called a RADS, which is a retardant aerial delivery system. And that RADS design has been around for a very long time. Coulson Aviation purchased the rights to that tank out of a bankruptcy from a company called Aero Union, and then has taken that same design and enhanced it and made it better with control systems. But the basic design of that tank, which is a constant flow tank, has been around for a fair amount of time.
And is there any emergency switch within the cockpit that enables aircrew to jettison the contents of the tank, the retardant tank, in an emergency situation?
Yes, there is.
And how does that system work, to your understanding?
There's 2 ways for the crew to get retardant out of the tank. The normal drop system, which is a hydraulic system that's electrically controlled, and there's a button on both of the pilot's yokes. And most of the time, that's the way the retardant would be dropped, including in an emergency situation. You do it with the normal drop system. The emergency jettison system is a completely independent system that is on a single switch that is available to all 3 crew members in the cockpit. And any one of them can reach up, flip the guard up, flip that switch, and it will open the tank doors all the way open and let the retardant out.
And do you know what the time period is between when the switch is activated, whether it's on the pilot's yoke or the other emergency device you just referred to and actually jettisoning the load?
Yeah, depending on the volume that's in the tank, I think it's right around between 3.5 and 4 seconds.
And how much retardant can the tank hold?
4,000 gallons, a little over 15,000 liters.
Now, I take it that you've spent some time trying to understand what happened in relation to the incident in January of 2020.
Of course, yes.
Are you aware that the crew of B134 did a number of circuits before they did the drop?
I am.
And were those 3 circuits, so far as you're concerned, consistent with their training and the procedures within Coulson Aviation?
I would call them textbook.
And that was 3 orbits or 3 circuits at varying altitudes above ground level?
Yep.
And what's the purpose in terms of the training and the procedure as to why the crew would do those 3 orbits before they proceed to do the drop, or not, if it may be?
In this situation that day, Bomber 134 came onto the scene and they were the only one there. If anyone else was there, they could have been pre-briefed on what to expect when they get there, but there was no one there.
When you say no one's there, who are you?
In the air. No aerial supervision is the way I would put it.
So
Bird dog.
no
or
bird
an air
dog
attack.
or no air attack supervisor.
Correct. That's right. They were the only aerial asset on that scene. So the first pass that they would make over the fire is at 1,500 feet AGL. We call that the orbit altitude, and that is an altitude at which they're going to take a look and start assessing everything that's on the ground and in the area that they're going to operate. They're looking to see what the hazards are. What's the wind doing? What's the smoke doing? In this case, they also have to determine what the target is because they weren't given a specific target.
That's to work out a line.
Where to drop the retardant. That's correct. And so that's that orbit. That first pass is that orbit. When we are going to drop retardant on a target where we don't have a bird dog, then we do what is called a dry pass. And the dry pass is for us to go down and get a sense of what the air is like at the target altitude. Because we don't...
Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Gallagher. At what altitude is that dry pass? Is that at 1,000 or is that 500 AGL?
That's the target for that is 500. It's somewhere, our target that we write in our procedure is 300 to 500 AGL. And because we are unaware of what the conditions are at that altitude, we want to do it at a higher energy state for the airplane. So we don't do it as slow or with the drag that we're going to do the live run. Instead of a live run is going to be at flaps 100, our dry pass is going to be at flaps 50, and rather than 120 knots, we're going to fly it at about 150 knots. So on that dry pass, they went down through the target area at about 500 foot AGL, determined where they wanted to drop the retardant, and then came back off of it in that left turn. They then climbed back up to about 1,000 foot AGL, which we call our maneuvering altitude, and that's the altitude that we're going to fly maneuvering to make a live run. They, at that maneuvering altitude, made another pass around. Again, I can only assume that they're looking at it and talking about where they're getting ready to go, and then they entered what we would call the live run and entered that left downwind, flew a base, and dropped down shooting for a target altitude of about 200 feet.
And if we assume that the altitude at the time of the drop was in the order of 190 to 200 feet AGL, is that consistent with the procedures that those crew would have been taught by Coulson Aviation?
Very much so.
And if you assume that the airspeed at about the time of the drop was 120 knots, again, is that a speed consistent, in your opinion, with the training of those aircrew?
That would be the target target airspeed in a stable air condition.
Now, in circumstances where the crew of B134 have conducted the 3 pre-drop circuits or orbits consistent with Coulson Aviation's procedures and training, is it fair to draw the inference that they've reached the conclusion that it was safe to proceed to do the drop?
Yes. The fact that they did proceed would lead me to the conclusion that they had, as a crew, had discussed what they were getting ready to do, and they were all comfortable to go do it.
The ATSB, in its final report, at page 56, page 282 of the brief of evidence for those following, Your Honour, records this, and I'll just read it back to you if I may, Mr Gallagher. At Peakview, that's the site of the incident, the crew had followed their procedures and conducted a number of circuits over the drop location, which was on the eastern side of a ridgeline. As the crew had elected to conduct the drop, this would indicate that they had assessed the meteorological conditions during these circuits as suitable to continue. However, the lower circuit height of 500 feet may not have been low enough for the crew accurately to assess the conditions at the drop height and identify any localised terrain or fire effects. Now, that last portion of what I've read back to you in relation to the lower circuit height, do you agree or disagree with the opinion expressed therein?
I would say that it's my experience that the difference between 500 feet and down to 200 feet, in all the times that I have done that, have not found a significant difference in that last 200 to 300 feet.
That's between the drop altitude at 200 feet AGL as opposed to the dry circuit at 500 feet AGL.
That's not to say that there couldn't be, but it has not been my experience that there has been.
Now, in relation to training, and you've set it out both in your statement and more recently your report in relation to training, we just deal with in-flight practical training. Presently speaking, what training are pilots and aircrew given now by Coulson Aviation in relation to the altitude for a drop? Is it 200 or is it set at 500?
The altitude for a drop?
Yes.
Today?
Yes.
200 feet.
And do they do that as a practice run as part of the training or not?
The 200 feet AGL minimum is an altitude that we've put in place since the last training event. So we haven't had that training yet.
I take it then, pre-January 2020, there was no practical in-flight training where crew would do a drop at 200 feet.
The target altitude for dropping is a minimum of 150 feet AGL, and depending on the coverage level or flow rate that you are using, the retardant flow rate coming out of the tank, it can be as high as a target of about 210 feet. So it varies a little bit, but those are the altitudes that we have always trained at, is that 150 to 200 foot target.
And did, for example, Ian Macbeth have in-flight practical training to those parameters prior to January of 2020?
Yes.
And that wasn't simulated, was it? That was a practical flying coming down to somewhere between 150 and 210 feet AGL to perform a retardant drop.
In our training, it's water. We're not dropping retardant, but we're dropping water, but that's absolutely correct. There was water on the airplane, and in his 2 training flights in the North American spring of that year, he would have dropped water at those target altitudes.
And is it fair to say by January of 2020, he'd not only just dropped water, but he had dropped retardant in numerous other
Many times.
Missions or targets on behalf of Coulson Aviation?
That's correct.
Now, I just want to deal with wind shear recovery training. Firstly, if you could break it down for lay people is if a pilot recognises that the aircraft is suffering the effects of wind shear or an increased tailwind component, what is the procedure to try and avoid an aerodynamic stall?
The procedure for wind shear recovery is basically the same in all aircraft. It's to, in this manual, the manual that we have today, it's to announce a go-around. They call it a go-around because typically a wind shear scenario is experienced at an airport, either on approach to landing or a departure from takeoff. So the manual, like the procedure, is written for that event. Obviously, we're experiencing this unstable air or wind shear type event away from an airport. So the manual says announce a go-around, apply max power, pitch up. If you have the benefit of flight director, you use the flight director to go around mode. In this airplane, if you hit go around, it gives you an indication of 7 degrees nose up. So the initial pitch would be to 7 degrees nose up. Then there's some monitoring that takes place by the rest of the crew with the goal of keeping the airplane away from the ground.
And in circumstances where you're carrying a tank full of retardant and you've got to consider the load, at what point ought a pilot recognise that they might be losing altitude and they might be heading towards a stall and then reacting to jettison the load?
I'm not sure how to answer that. The goal is for them to consider the load, make the decision, and jettison the load as soon as they've recognized that they have a low energy airplane that is close to the ground. And
if the load is jettisoned, what effects does that have on the performance of the aircraft, generally speaking?
By jettisoning the load, you've lightened the airplane. If the airplane is in a approaching stall, the airspeed is close to stall speed, lightening the load decreases the stall speed. So it gives you more margin from the current airspeed to what the stall speed is. I think the ATSB quoted the emergency climb performance of the airplane and said that if they had jettisoned the 25,000 pounds, that the climb performance would have increased by 50%.
Now, coming back to training, if I may, how does an operator such as Coulson Aviation provide training to its pilots and air crew how to perform a wind shear recovery procedure in circumstances where you can't do it in flight training, so you've got to do it in a simulator, I take it? How does the simulation training work in real terms?
At the time of the accident, we weren't doing wind shear recovery simulations in the simulator. The crew were all military, and in the military, the captain and the flight engineer were all current military, so they had done wind shear simulations at least within the previous 24 months in the simulator. The way wind shear simulations work in the simulator is that the manufacturer of the simulator takes a real wind shear event from the real world and they program it into the simulator. And that event is usually either on approach to landing at an airport, like I talked about just a little bit ago, or on departure. And then that's when in the simulator you will experience it. The simulation, wind shear simulation in a simulator is not very realistic. The way the simulator acts is not the way the airplane actually feels when you're experiencing unstable air or wind shear. But what you do get is the indications: fluctuating airspeed, vertical speed is moving up and down. You then are in a position to announce wind shear and the go around, and then you execute the procedure, the wind shear escape maneuver.
Does the simulation training that you now have, but did not have before January of 2020 include the concept of consider the load and jettisoning the retardant, that is the load, to light?
In the simulator,
Yes.
the simulators are designed and built to train airline pilots to fly airplanes. So the simulators that we use do not have the ability to actually consider the load and immediately reduce the weight like we can in the airplane. What we do in the simulation, in the simulator, is if we find ourselves in an event like that, is we announce it. We would consider the load and jettison it, but we can't do it because we don't have that capability. In the training we do in the airplane, we absolutely consider the load, and the goal is for the crew to jettison the load.
Before I move on to one other area, I just wanted to ask you this question, if I may, Mr. Gallagher, is, as you know, the crew of B134 declined to drop retardant at Annaminibee. The tank's fully laden with retardant. Could that aircraft, that is B134, have returned to Richmond Air Base without jettisoning the load, or does it need to jettison the load before it can safely land?
They could have landed with the load.
There was no need then for them to for example, to go to any other fire ground to release the load?
That's correct.
They could have returned safely back to Richmond and landed that craft?
Yes.
There's been some evidence received by Her Honour last week about predictive and reactive wind shear detection systems. Can I get your opinion on the efficacy of a predictive wind shear detection system in circumstances where aircraft is operating firefighting activities in drought high environmental conditions?
Yeah, my understanding of a predictive wind shear system is it requires the presence of moisture, droplets of water in the air, and the radar system then monitors those droplets, and the movement of those droplets is what it registers as wind shear. In the environment that we are in, fighting fires, it's a very dry and lacking of any moisture. And I don't see how a system that would require moisture to register wind shear is going to work in a fire environment. Additionally, the predictive wind shear system, again, like we were talking about earlier, is designed for the airline world. And more specifically, for airplanes that are on approach to landing, or they have just taken off or getting ready to take off, and that system looks straight ahead for a long distance and measures the air looking for wind shear. We don't fly in a straight line. We fly in circles around a fire all the time. And in the instance we're talking about for Bomber 134, if the wind shear was on the wind shear event was on the exit, I don't know that on the drop run, the airplane would have even seen that air.
Coming then to a reactive wind shear detection system, do you see any efficacy in those being fitted to aircraft who are undertaking aerial firefighting activities?
The reactive wind shear system in an airplane that is crewed by other than firefighters has a very real, it's meaningful. In the world that we fly in unstable air all the time. We are used to an airplane that is experiencing unstable air and can be experiencing wind shear. And I will say that the majority of our pilots, and especially the highly competent captains, are very aware that they're in that unstable air and potential wind shear environment before anything in the airplane tells them that.
Do you know how much a unit would cost to install into an aircraft?
It's my understanding there is not even a unit designed that could be fitted to the C-130s that we operate. So for somebody to install something like that, you would have to start at the very beginning, engineering, design, and then retrofitting a lot of the airplane. I don't know what that system would look like.
There's some evidence, again before Her Honour, that B137, which was the Boeing 737, had a wind shear detection device that was activated on the 23rd of January 2020. Do you know whether that was a reactive or predictive detection system contained within that aircraft?
It's both.
It's both. I just want to come now, if I may, Mr. Gallagher, to some of the evidence that Her Honour has received from Mr. Dugan, who, as you know, was a captain and the pilot of B137 on the day of the incidents. He has given some evidence that, at least in his opinion, it may be beneficial that the RFS conduct some training to overseas pilots and crew who are coming in to operate within the RFS operating system to conduct firefighting activities in relation to how their system works, in relation to communications, the tasking of, or the role of different people within the aviation component of the RFS. Do you have a view one way or the other as to whether that would be beneficial, so that pilots know precisely the system they're operating in as a foreign trained personnel?
Having a basic understanding of the agency that you're working for would be beneficial, yes.
And dealing, if I may, now with communications, again, Her Honour has received some evidence about there being information gaps in the sense that pilots, B134 or B137, may not have received accurate or timely information in relation to either local aviation assets being grounded and the reasons why, or that, for example, the bird dog for those two LATs had rejected a tasking on that mission. Do you have a view one way or the other as to how communications between flight crew and decision makers within the RFS can be better improved so that it's more direct and timely?
We are used to working with agencies that are set up that the people that give us the information are co-located with us at the bases. So that is a system that we operate in all the time, whether it be here in Australia or back in North America. It's our preference that more knowledge is useful. So how that knowledge gets to us is the important piece.
Well, if we go back to the events of the 23rd of January 2020, if you assume, please, that there was no bird dog tasked to lead those two LATs, there was no air attack supervisor, so all you have essentially is those two aircrafts heading towards Annaminabie, and as we know, B13 then moved across towards Goodgood. In those circumstances where there's no bird dog, no air attack supervisor, who should the pilot have direct communication with in relation to what's happening at the fire ground, in terms of the target, in terms of whether there's ground crew there, and what the local conditions might be at the intended drop zone?
If I was headed to one of those fires that day and I didn't have the information I needed, my first call would be to the base manager. Can you answer these questions for me? Who am I going to be talking to? What's my tasking? If they don't have an answer, then I'm going to turn and call the state air desk and ask them the same set of questions. And
Does the pilot, or I withdraw that, to your understanding, in January of 2020, could the pilots have direct communication with the State Air Desk?
yes. Yes.
Right, I cut you off. So you would have said if the airbase manager couldn't ask or answer a series of questions, you would then communicate direct with the State Air Desk.
That's right. And if they couldn't answer the questions that I was asking and give me enough information, my next question would be, who can I talk to that's in control of this fire? And my hope would be that they would give me the fire control center name and a frequency to talk to them on.
Do you see any sense in there being a coordinator for large air tankers that can be the central point of contact for aircrew operating LATs, so that they don't need to go fishing for information, they can go to one place for that information?
Having a dedicated conduit that has a very high level understanding of LAT operations and also the RFS system, and would know how to go out and collect the information they needed to pass on to a flight crew, would be a very useful tool.
Now, I just want to show you a document, if I may. I hope it's been circulated to my learned friends. It's a response prepared by Coulson Aviation Australia Proprietary Limited in relation to a draft Australian Transport Safety Bureau report. I'll just provide you with a copy, if I may, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you.
Did you have any involvement in the preparation of that document?
Some, yes.
Right, I tendered that document. It may become exhibits. I'm told it'll be added to the brief of evidence and will be provided with a new tab number. Now, that obviously deals with various matters raised by the draft ATSB report, and the document will speak for itself. What I really want to ask you, Mr. Gallagher, is, as you sit today in the witness box, some 3 years post the tragic incidents that befell Ian, Rick and Paul, other than what you've already done, that is Coulson Aviation, by way of training, amending flight manuals and operation manuals and all those things that are set out in that document and in your most recent report of 15 March 2023, do you see any other scope to make aerial firefighting activities safer, acknowledging, of course, that those activities are conducted in a high-risk operating environment?
As the head of a flight department that's in the large air tanker aerial firefighting space, it's my responsibility to do everything I can to learn everything that I can that helps people be safer when they operate these airplanes. When we have an incident or an accident, we are laser focused to understand what went wrong on that given day. Unfortunately, in the instance of Bomber 134, there is no specific issues that we can point our finger at and make changes to. We do know that we operate, as you say, in an unforgiving environment. And we work hard to prepare our crews to do everything they can if they find themselves in an airplane that's at low level and in a low energy state. And one of the tools that they have is, like we've talked about, the consider the load. And that is something that we work hard to overcome the mental barriers that the Type A personalities that fly our airplanes have to get over to drop a load of retardant that's not in its intended place. and we talk about it on a regular basis, and we train for it. But I wish that there was something from that day that we knew today that we could train to. We want to learn, and we work hard to be better. And learning from our accidents and our mistakes is the way that we do that.
Just finally, if I may, Mr. Gallagher, since January of 2020, have you been involved in any aerial firefighting activities here in New South Wales in the last 2 fire seasons since?
Yes.
Have you noticed any significant changes or any changes in relation to the system for aerial assets and the deployment of those aerial assets?
Unfortunately, I can't comment on it because I haven't flown over here in this New South Wales system this year. I was over here last year, but we really didn't have any fire activity, so I didn't have any system to observe.
And finally, I did say that before, but my friend just handed me a document. I'll just deal with it now. I just provide to you a document which is generated by CAL FIRE, which is the Californian agency for firefighting. And you see there an incident action plan. Now, you may not be familiar with this particular incident, but...
Actually, I am.
You are? All right. Now, this is an IAP, or an incident action plan, for the state of California in the United States of America. And just run me through, if you may, if you just turn to the next page where it's headed Air Operations Summary. The type of information that we see on that document, is that, from your experience at least, standard information that's provided to aircrew or not?
I think we have to make sure to understand when an IAP is generated.
Certainly.
In the U.S. system. You would not see this for new fires. An IAP is a part of a system that is for complex or fires that are ongoing day after day after day and have a large system of people assigned to it. And they have an overhead team that's assigned that will create this IAP. So
I understand. And if you can't answer this next question, please let her on a no. Are you familiar with the system in New South Wales where what is called a Section 44 declaration is made in relation to a particular fire or fires?
I've heard of it, but I'm not real familiar with it.
Does, to your understanding, does that Section 44 declaration meet what you've just said in relation to an IAP or an incident action plan within CAL FIRE?
I don't know that I can comment on that. In California, if a fire has been burning for many days, you would expect that an IAP would be generated on a daily basis.
Thank you. Now, returning to my question, you see there on the second page an air operations summary. Once an incident action plan has been issued, is that the sort of information that we see on the second page of the document that would be provided to aircrew?
This will be presented at the airbase, yes, and we will have access to look at the IAP.
And is the system similar to what you've experienced in Australia, where there's an air desk that communicates to an airbase manager, or is it a different system?
Very similar.
And once armed with that information, is there any other information that aircrew are given, or is that the sum total of what they're given in relation to who are the relevant people, and these are the contact numbers or radio frequencies? Is there more than this in terms of if you need to find out information because you're not getting it for whatever reason? Is this the sole source to search out information?
No. Then you'd just start going to people. And you'd start with the airbase in the United States, the tanker base manager. If they couldn't provide you with the information, then they would start searching up the chain. They know people. They've got the contact numbers for the people on the fire. They can go straight to that overhead team. They may not have to go to that overhead team. They may be able to just go through one of the assigned air attacks. And that's the other thing, is that when you get to a complex fire like this, air attacks, or over here, your air attack supervisors, will be assigned specifically to that fire and work that fire every day.
And I take it aircrew are provided with the name and contact details of that air attack supervisor in California?
You could get it.
And if you just go to the next page, please, Mr. Gallagher, that you'll see an incident radio communications plan. Again, based on your experience, is that the sort of information that ordinarily would be provided to aircrew before undertaking a tasking or a dispatch?
The frequencies that would be provided to the aircrew are the relevant frequencies. And what you're going to get when you go to a fire like this is you're going to get an air tactic frequency that you're going to talk to the other aerial assets on, and you're going to get an air-to-ground frequency so that you can monitor the communications that are taking place between either the lead plane, bird dog, air attack supervisor, and the ground. And then you're also most likely going to get a dispatch frequency to talk to a dispatch if you don't have, if there's information that you need, you'll know who to talk to that has control over that fire.
And when you refer to control over that fire, are you referring to an incident controller who's responsible for ground-based activities?
Not necessarily. I'm talking about the fire or emergency control center that has responsibility for that fire.
And in those occasions where there's no bird dog or air attack supervisor in the Californian context, would it be your expectation, or indeed your experience, that the air crew would have contact direct with the fire control centre?
Are you asking in relationship to an IEP like this?
Generally speaking.
Well, then my question probably has two answers. If I was sitting at a tanker base in California and a new fire was reported, and I was responding in an initial attack mode, I would be prepared to show up that fire and be the first one to be there. No other aerial assets. They're on their way, but I may be the first one there. And I may be working with just the IC on the ground, the incident controller, or I may be working where they're not even there yet either. But holding that initial attack card allows me to take action on that fire. And then other assets will begin showing up as we work in that fire. In the incident like a complex fire like the Caldor, I would never expect to be sent to that fire until there was an air attack over the fire and until a lead plane, especially on an extreme fire behavior day, until a lead plane had gone out and actually looked at that fire as well to determine whether air tankers is appropriate.
And why is that, other than obviously determining whether air tankers are appropriate? Why would you expect that there'd be a bird dog and or an air attack supervisor going out in front before a decision made for a LAT?
There's a number of reasons why. One is to determine whether the air tankers can operate, the bombers can operate in that environment. In our system in North America, we've also determined, they also recognize that sending these airplanes out to these fires is expensive. And there's no reason to send them until you know you can use them. So you send these smaller airplanes out, take a look at the fire, and determine whether you can bring the air tankers out.
Notwithstanding that the pilots may be an initial attack certified, that's still the procedure in California from your experience?
Yep.
Do you have a view whether that procedure should be adopted here in New South Wales, that no LAT is dispatched unless and until a bird dog and an air attack supervisor has gone out in front to assess the conditions?
Not all the time, no. I think it's something that could be considered for a complex, ongoing, extreme fire behavior. It's something that could be considered. It's the way we are used to operating in North America, and it's worth consideration here in Australia.
Based on what you know that was happening here in Australia over December, January of 2020, would you describe that as a complex series of fire incidents and heightened fire activity?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. There may be some other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, my name's Free. I appear for the RFS. I've just got a few
Good morning.
questions for you. Good morning. So you've been the Director of Flight Operations for Coulson since 2016, is that right?
It's probably early 2017, but right around there, yes.
Thank you. And is part of your role as the Director of Flight Operations to review the procedures of Coulson to ensure that they're conducive to safe and effective operations?
Yes,
And that's effectively a continuous process of reviewing and improving.
correct.
And that involves engagement with pilots employed or engaged by Coulson to talk to them about any issues they have.
Yes,
And that's effectively a continuous feedback from pilots to feed into your own review of the processes. And I gather from your evidence that one of the issues you need to manage in that process is dealing with different environments and different tasking agencies around the world.
yes,
And that requires you to develop an understanding of how those agencies work in their local environments.
we as an organization work hard to try to understand, yes.
And you personally, in terms of your familiarity with New South Wales and how things operate here, you've been flying here since 2017, is that right?
That's correct.
And so you've had some involvement personally flying in bushfire environments in New South Wales since
Yes.
then, and also effectively in your capacity as the Director of Flight Operations managing the Coulson activities since 2017 in New South Wales.
Yes.
Now, did you develop familiarity with RFS's own operating procedures and guidelines in relation to large aircraft tankers?
Yes, I did.
So if you could perhaps just be shown tab 79. I'm sorry, I don't know which volume it's in. Perhaps volume 4. Tab 79 there. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You should have there, I hope, Mr. Gallagher, the RFS, that's New South Wales RFS Operating Guidelines for Air Tankers Operations 2018. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
So if you could perhaps just turn over to, it should hopefully have some red numbers in the bottom right corner, and if you could turn over to 1002.
Okay,
Is there a heading there, Tasking and Mission Management?
there is.
Are you familiar with that part of the operating procedure?
I have seen it before, yes.
Thank you. And so if you turn over a couple to the bottom of the next page, you should see a heading at the bottom, Dispatch Mission Tasking. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you just read that to yourself, just to remind yourself of the contents?
Okay.
Now, firstly, is that consistent with your experience of the information that would routinely be provided when missions were tasked?
Consistently? No.
So there were sometimes gaps.
Correct.
All right, but and if there were gaps, that would be something the crew in question would need to chase up.
That's correct.
But I take it from what you said earlier, the crew effectively have different sources of information available to them at the base and through other means of communication?
We know of different ways to try to go collect the information. That's correct.
Yes, and so if there is some information that is important to the crew before taking on a tasking or continuing with a tasking, if there's some gap in the information, they can pursue those channels to find it.
Yes.
And your expectation would be if the crew at any stage thought they were lacking information that they needed, they either would not accept the task or would not proceed with the task.
That's what I would expect, yes.
And you're familiar with the situations where that happened?
Where they had to dig up information?
Or that effectively they can't proceed with the task until they've obtained the information?
I can't think of a specific example as I'm sitting here, but yes, it has happened.
Thank you. Now, I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. You had dealings when you were in New South Wales from 2017 onwards. You would communicate routinely with the RFS about the procedures that were being applied?
Yes.
And so if there were any deficiencies with the procedures or any problem with the way they were being administered, that was something you could raise with the RFS?
That's correct.
And so if there was some deficiency with the, for example, the system of providing information for mission tasking, that's an issue you could raise with the RFS?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall ever raising with the RFS any issue about crew not being provided with information about other crew having rejected taskings?
Obviously, we had discussion about that after this incident.
Yes. Right, but before this incident?
I don't remember specifics, no.
But you were conscious that is the fact of other crews having rejected taskings, that was not a standard piece of information that was provided at the mission tasking stage.
It's not in this list, that's correct.
And you would have appreciated that from 2017 onwards.
Correct.
But it's not, from your own perception in that period, it's not something that you considered to be problematic?
I don't remember it being problematic. I guess the problem is, without an incident, how do you even know?
Right, but no incident had arisen that caused you to
That's
think
correct.
it was problematic?
Yeah.
And I take it from your evidence that there was a conscientious process after this tragic incident with B134 to consider the lessons learned and what might have been contributing factors to that incident?
Absolutely.
And you didn't, through that process, conclude that B134 was lacking in the information that it needed to undertake the task?
I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
I have no questions for Mr. Gallagher.
Mr. O'Mahony.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Gallagher, Her Honours heard some evidence about the competitive landscape when it comes to flying in this industry. I just thought I might ask you, from where you sit, how competitive is it for pilots and crew to get seats at Coulson and indeed within the industry more generally?
You're asking from competitive from their standpoint.
Precisely.
Yes. There is a desire by pilots, and especially pilots that want to contribute to their communities, to get into the aerial firefighting business. And we do have a very long list of people that would like to come to work, and we can choose from highly qualified people to bring on to our staff at Coulson.
And I take it you would say to Her Honour that the pilot and crew of B134 were no exception to that position you just outlined.
Not only would I say they were no exception, but they were the highest quality men that I've had the pleasure to work with. They were three incredible people.
You said a moment ago that part of your role involves with laser-like focus, looking at how you can learn from events, incidents and accidents and make a safer operating environment going forward. With the laser-like focus that you've applied to this tragic event, are you able to share with Her Honour any views your analysis has led you to when it comes to the potential cause of the fatal crash?
From the day of this crash and when I first found out about it, we made a commitment internally that we were going to do everything we could to learn from what happened. But we also committed to ourselves that we would not act on anything that wasn't fact, that wasn't proven out as something that needed us to act on it. And unfortunately, nothing has come out of this accident that is the proverbial smoking gun for us to look at. Now, I can make some assumptions of what I've learned since then and what I've seen from videos and pictures. And is that basically what you're asking me to comment on?
Yes, if you would.
I think it's fairly clear that I can assume that Bomber 134 stalled that day, that they had the aerodynamic stall.
Just pausing there, do you want to just quickly, for the uninitiated, indicate to Her Honour and those following what you mean when you say aerodynamic stall?
An airplane needs lift to stay in the air, and the lift is created by the wing. And as long as the airspeed that wing is moving through the air is greater than the stall speed for whatever the configuration is at that point, that wing is creating lift and will fly. A wing that is stalling has gotten to the stall speed, and that wing is no longer flying, and that airplane is in some manner, and each airplane is a little different when it stalls, is going to begin to fall. And obviously, in the environment we fly in, we're talking about an airplane that appears to have stalled very close to the ground. Why did it stall is the question. I've read in the ATSB report where they talk a lot about wind shear and a wind shear event causing the airplane to stall. And we've talked a lot today even about what a wind shear recovery procedure is. A wind shear recovery procedure is essentially, like we talked about, three things: max power, pitch up, and then monitor to stay away from the ground. The crew of Bomber 134 had done all of those items as soon as they dropped the retardant. Oh, the third piece of the procedure is that if you're at flaps 100, you go to flaps 50. The crew, after they had dropped the retardant, had done all of that. They are, when we're done dropping retardant, what we want to do at that point is retract the flaps to 50, which allows the airplane to accelerate and also to begin to climb, because as the flaps retract, you're decreasing drag. You're also decreasing lift, but that's offset with the increase in airspeed. But you're cleaning the airplane up so that it will begin climbing away from the ground, and you can come back to the orbit for the next drop. At that point, they've gone to a minimum of climb power, which is not far from max power. It's a lot of power on the airplane. They've retracted the flaps to 50, and they've pitched up and begun to climb away from the ground. So they have completed, with the exception of going to max power, all of the wind shear recovery procedure prior to even turning into the exit, where something took place that caused the airspeed of that airplane to approach the stall speed of that airplane.
And the something that took place that you just referenced, I take it you would say we'll never categorically know one way or another the answer to that.
That's correct.
What it was. Have you got a view as to what it was likely to be based on your experience and analysis?
I've tried to look at it from a number of different directions of what could have caused that decrease in airspeed that brought the airplane apparently to a stall configuration. We considered rotor coming off of the ridge line that they were turning away from. The problem with the rotor is if they had experienced a rotor, which would be effectively down air, what they would have been doing at that point was pitching up to stop the descent that rotor was causing. And the ATSB reports that as they made that turn, they're actually decreasing their pitch. So to me, that says it probably wasn't a rotor. I believe the most likely, and again, I am making a lot of assumptions because I do not know what happened that day. That's the one fact I can say clearly right now is I don't know what happened. So I'm making assumptions that when they made that turn to exit, there is likely a very significant and very abnormal wind type event happened. And it can't just be that they turned into a strong wind, because that wouldn't, other than momentarily, that wouldn't affect the airspeed of the airplane. It would have to be that they turned into that wind, and at that point it's a tailwind, and then there was a significant increase in that tailwind in the magnitude of 60 or 70 knots. It would seem like it would take for that airplane to approach stall.
And that reference to 60 or 70 knots in that answer, Mr. Gallagher, that's you indicating potentially the cause was a sudden change in wind speed to the tune of that 60 to 70 knot differential.
Something like that.
In your experience, how rare is that? We've heard a lot of witnesses, including yourself, give evidence about the unstable air that seems to typically be at play in these operating environments. How rare, common or otherwise, is a sudden shift in wind speed to the tune of, say, 60 or 70 knots?
Without convective or thunderstorm type activity around the fire, that would be a very rare event, and it would if somebody came up to me and said that happened at that point, I would go, wow, that's interesting. I have not heard of that before.
You've given some evidence today about the various constituent parts of a wind shear recovery procedure. Is there any overlap between that procedure and the procedure that occurs following the dropping of retardant on a fire?
Absolutely.
Could you explain that?
Yeah. The three components of a wind shear, the basic components of a wind shear recovery procedure, are to set max power, to pitch in the C-130, it's initially to 7 degrees, and then pitch. What you want to do with pitch is basically continue to pitch until you approach the stall of the airplane. And at that point, you've got the highest lift, and your goal is to try to keep that airplane away from the ground. And then if you're at flaps 100, you retract them to flaps 50. And in relationship to coming off of a drop, those three things are basically done, with the exception that they probably hadn't gone to max power, they had gone to climb power.
Thank you. And in terms of, if you would, the option for planes of this type to jettison the load or abandon the load in this space, when it comes to navigating difficult wind shear type events or stall type events, how valuable is that ability to, I think in answer to a question moments ago, you said you can lose all of the retardant within 3 or 4 seconds. Just explain the value, if any, that can add to a pilot.
One of the components or parameters that affects what the stall speed of the airplane is the weight of the airplane. And being able to reduce that weight decreases the stall speed. And so if the airspeed is very close to the stall speed to start with, any reduction in that stall speed gives that crew an additional amount of time to keep the airplane flying.
And does jettisoning the load result in a dramatic reduction in the stall speed, or a material one? Just in your own words, explain that.
In my experience flying airplanes, it has a rapid and significant change in the way the airplane flies. Is it a dramatic change in the stall speed? I'm not sure I would say that.
You've given some answers around the wind shear detective line of inquiry that's been at play during this process. I just wanted to ask one follow-up question. I can take you to the ATSB report if it assists, but there's a reference in there to a Lockheed Martin Fireherc. It's at page 67. It's a civilian. It's referred to as a civilian aerial firefighting aircraft that does have those systems fitted. I just wanted to ask you your views on that particular plane and the work it does in this space.
The Lockheed Martin Fireherc?
Yes.
The Lockheed the Fireherc doesn't exist. There is no Fireherc. It is a concept that Lockheed Martin has put together to be able to sell the most recent airplane, the most recent C-130 that they manufacture, which is the C-130J, which is a military version, or the L-100J, I think, is the civilian version.
Changing topics, since your time at Coulson, there's been what's sometimes referred to as a daily safety call with various stakeholders operating in the field, fighting a particular area of fires, correct?
That's correct.
Just in your own words, explain to Her Honour the reason for having that daily safety call and your views as to its utility.
Yeah, the daily call is a tool that we use. We're a company that is very geographically challenged to manage. We have people all over the world and we have airplanes all over the world. So on a daily basis, all the deployed assets are represented on the daily call, and it gives everybody an opportunity to talk about what's going on, where they are, challenges that they're facing, and any issues that they have with their current operations.
And I guess enlarging that answer to speak more generally, could you just say a few words about the culture you've tried to ingrain within Coulson when it comes to encouraging pilots and other stakeholders to speak up on those fronts?
Yes, we are working very hard to set a culture that is open, that we recognize that we're humans and we are going to make mistakes, but we are going to learn from them, that things are going to happen that give us the opportunity to learn from them. The flight department that I'm in charge of, when we come together every spring, one of the sections, we spend 3 days in a classroom together, and it's the only time of the year that we are together as a group. And one of the 3 days that we're together, we're going to spend a good part of that day talking about lessons learned and specifically incidents that we have had individually throughout the year. And we get up and talk about them, the people that have experienced them, talk about them, and then as a group, we discuss what we've learned from them.
Can I ask you what your views are about the ATSB's conclusion that shortcomings in the operator's safety management system had a role to play in contributing to the accident in question?
Well, I don't believe it did.
And could I just ask you to explain why?
The people that we have working for our company and in our flight department embrace the SMS, our safety management system. We embrace the philosophy that we are going to learn whenever we can from what has taken place. And the crew that took off that day in Bomber 134 was as conscientious, forward-looking, and not going to do anything in our space that they weren't fully prepared to do and didn't have the knowledge that they wanted to go out there and do that.
Thank you. You've given some evidence in your last statement about the FRAP, that's the pre-flight formal risk assessment document. It exists now, but it didn't at the relevant time. That's an accurate summary.
That's correct.
Your Honour, I object. Counsel Assistant didn't ask any questions about this, and the statement speaks for itself. This is strictly speaking re-examination. I'm not sure of the value of going over matters in a format on a topic which is, as far as I can see, uncontroversial.
That's the end of your questioning.
I think I've elicited the answer. The question was asked and answered. And
I'm sorry, I apologise, Your Honour, I didn't hear the answer from Mr. Gallo.
Oh, no.
Just one final question, Mr. Gallagher. You've mentioned a few times stall recovery today in giving evidence. I thought I'd just invite you to explain to us what comprises stall recovery as you understand it and indeed as you teach it.
Yeah, stall recovery. Stall recovery in the airplane. There's 3 ways to affect an airplane approaching stall. If the airplane is in a bank, that increases the stall speed. So by rolling the wings level, you can decrease the stall speed. That gives you some margin. If the power is back on the airplane, you can add power. That gives you the airspeed that moves away from the stall speed. And the third way to affect is to drop the nose, which also will increase the airspeed. And typically what a pilot's going to do when they're approaching the stall is some combination of all 3.
And am I right in summarising the force of your evidence earlier as when you looked at the video of the incident in question, you can see each of those parts of stall recovery playing out one way or another?
When I watched the video, we can see the airplane is rolling some left. It was in a left turn. It rolled back to wings level, and then it had a little bit of a right bank and come back to wings level. I don't know what was going on in the cockpit, but I can make an assumption that if they were approaching a stall speed, that was the crew doing everything in their means in a stall with a stall recovery maneuver. All they had left was power. I can definitively say that they were most likely at climb power, so they may have had a little bit of power left to go to max power. That was available to them. And if they were in the bank and they approached the stall, they could roll wings level. The one thing that they couldn't do was drop the nose because the airplane's already close to the ground.
Thank you, Mr Gallagher. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mr O'Mahony.
Just two matters, if I may. Mr Gallagher, you gave some evidence about a rotor and the effects of a rotor. What's a rotor for those who may not understand that terminology?
A rotor is a mechanical effect on wind. And I say mechanical because it's the wind going across some piece of terrain. Typically, a rotor is going to come off of a ridge top or something like that. So the wind is blowing, it approaches that ridge, comes up over the ridge, and then as it clears the ridge, then it starts to roll off the other side. It's the same thing that you see if you're standing next to a stream or something and there's a rock across it. The water comes over, or it's dammed, the water comes over it and then it rolls off the other side. That's the same thing that a rotor is, and it will create down air on that side, on the
lee side.
That's correct.
Is a rotor the same thing as mountain wave activity as the ATSB have referred to it throughout its report?
It's similar, yes.
My last question was, you gave some evidence earlier, and to the extent that I need Your Honour's leave, I seek it. It doesn't strictly arise out of the examination of my learned friends, but you gave some evidence about a dry run at 500 feet AGL as part of the pre-drop procedure.
Yes.
Recall that evidence. Is there a reason why that's not done at around 200 feet AGL, which is about the height for the actual drop itself?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's to provide safety margin. And we fly it a little bit higher and a little bit faster because nobody has been down into that air and we're not aware what the air is like.
Thank you. And finally, Your Honour, I provided Mr Gallagher the incident action plan for the cow door incident, if that could be tendered and added to the exhibit in due course.
Yes, thank you. That will be Exhibit 68.
My pleasure.
Thanks very much, Mr Gallagher.
Thank you, Your Honour.
You're now excused.
Thanks.
We'll take the morning adjournment, resume at 12.
My pleasure. Your Honour, I call Mr Peter McKechnie. Mr McKechnie, could come forward, please.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr McKechnie.
Mr McKechnie, would you please state your full name, your present occupation and your business address, please?
Is Peter McKechnie, Deputy Commissioner Field Operations for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, at RFS Headquarters, 4 Murray Rose Avenue, Sydney Olympic Park.
Were you the were you a Deputy Commissioner as at the 23rd of January 2020, or did you hold a different rank within the organisation?
At that point in time, I was an Assistant Commissioner, the Director of Regions South and West.
Mr McKechnie, you've provided two statements. I'm not sure whether they're before you, but the first is dated the 31st of January 2023. Do you have that open before you or not?
I didn't bring it with me. I'll use it out of the...
There's two folders, please, Officer. Volume 2, tab 28, and then Volume 3, tab 29. And perhaps those other folders could be removed, please. Towards the end of the second volume, behind tab 28.
Thank you.
Do you see there, Mr McKechnie, a statement you provided dated the 31st of January 2023?
Yes.
Are there any matters that require correction so far as you're concerned today?
No.
Thank you. And then I'll just have drawn to your attention a further statement you provided on the 23rd of February 2023. Do you have that now before you?
Yes.
Any matters that require correction?
No.
Thank you. What I'd like to do firstly is have you explain to Her Honour, before I move on, was there any statement you wished to make on behalf of New South Wales Rural Fire Service to the families of the three gentlemen we're concerned with, Ian, Rick
Yes,
and
please.
Paul? Certainly. Thanks, Steve.
So firstly, on behalf of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, I'd like to offer my deepest condolences on behalf of the whole organisation to Bowdy, children Abigail, Calvin and Ella, Noreen Hudson, along with Linda and Rick de Morgan Sr., sister Virginia, and children Lucas and Logan. I'd also offer my condolences to all of the extended family and friends of Ian, Paul and Rick. We recognise the sacrifice that Ian, Paul and Rick made to help protect our communities here in New South Wales during the 1920 bushfires. They'll be remembered by the entire country. For their bravery, courage and for helping fight some of the worst fires this country and this state have ever seen. I know I speak for many firefighters who were tirelessly working on fire grounds throughout that season and who would look to the skies and feel a sense of relief as those large air tanker crews flew overhead to assist them. We remember Ian, Paul and Rick as our own fallen firefighters. And we've included their names on our Firefighters Memorial at the Dubbo Academy and with the memorial that was established by the Peakview Brigade at Peakview in the southern New South Wales. We realise this devastating loss must be hard for all that knew and loved Ian, Paul and Rick, and the New South Wales RFS will remain ready to assist in any way we can. Their loss will always be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McKechnie.
Thank you, Mr McKechnie. I wanted to firstly ask you whether you could set out in general terms what the procedure was as at January of 2020 for the tasking or dispatch of very large air tankers or large air tankers within New South Wales Real Fire Service?
Generally speaking, where an incident controller or the incident management team identified the need for the use of a large air tanker, that may come to them from the fire ground itself, it may come from the local incident air attack or from their own planning. They would identify that need. They would normally identify what they wanted to achieve, a desired effect as such, and they would pass that on to the State Air Desk. The State Air Desk would liaise accordingly with the State Operations Controller to seek approval for the allocation of an aircraft to perform that task, or if there was no aircraft available, to prioritise that task in amongst other taskings that may exist. That's a very general.
Appreciate that. And again, at that high level of generality, would the State Air Desk make a recommendation to the State Operations Controller of the need to allocate an LAT to a particular fire ground?
It may come with a recommendation in regard to a volume of suppressant they may be looking to lay. So but not all the large air tankers are exactly the same size in terms of their tank delivery. So they may offer a recommendation that aircraft X over aircraft Y has more capacity, may be able to lay that line that they're looking to implement quicker. But normally it would come forward more as a requesting us to approve so they could allocate the tasking accordingly.
And again, coming to January of 2020, how many LATs or VLATs did New South Wales Real Fire Service have at its disposal for use over that 2019-2020 bushfire season?
We had started the season with, they came on progressively during that season. We started with access to 3. That was expanded, and I can't remember the exact date, but later in the season with additional large air tankers. And at different points during the season, we also made use of large air tankers from Victoria, ACT, to augment what we had positioned here in New South Wales. So I can't remember the exact number on that day, but it did vary between 3 and it was either 7 or 8, depending on the day and the time during the season.
Coming then again to January of 2020, do you have a recollection today as to the different priorities in terms of incidents throughout the state, firstly?
Yeah, look, the focus certainly, my recollection was the focus certainly that day was in southern New South Wales, broadly, or southeastern New South Wales. We had a number of fires that had already caused significant damage on the south coast, from the Shoalhaven area to the south. And then also a number of fires, including the fire at Anaminaby in the Cooma-Monero area. But we were still also dealing with numerous fires right back up towards Sydney, into the Hawkesbury area, the Gospers Mountain fire, for example, and still dealing with fires in the north. But the focus and the priorities, I suppose, was in that southeastern corner that day.
On the assumption that there were 3 LATs at your disposal on the 23rd of January 2020, as the State Operations Controller on that day, what sort of factors do you bring into the mix to determine how those particular assets are to be deployed in circumstances where there's a number of major fires burning throughout the state of New South Wales?
It's almost an unending range of factors, but the obvious ones are those priorities around life and property firstly. So anything that's going to need those tankers to deal with an immediate or soon to be immediate impact onto life and property will receive a highest priority. But the other is, where does it fit into any potential containment strategies that are being developed? And are the large air tankers perhaps the only option to develop a containment line and then work, like ground-based firefighters, work off those containment lines? Is it something that we're trying to put lines in, say, for example, ahead of a fire impacting onto properties, and that may not be the immediate containment line, but it is a holding pattern as such for that afternoon, or it might be ahead of a bad weather day the next day. So you do start with that life and property priorities, and then looking at through what sort of containment options exist, what other aircraft may or may not be able to support the operations on the ground, and what does it mean over coming days as well.
Do you have a memory today of the conditions that were unfolding in the southeastern portion of New South Wales on the 23rd of January 2020, particularly the Snowy Monaro local government area?
Certainly broadly I do, but I couldn't tell you the exact temperatures we're expecting that day, for example.
What was your impression, at least today, as to the progression and the behaviour of the fires in that region that I've just mentioned?
Yeah, look, throughout January, we'd seen significant fire behaviour, particularly on fires on the south coast. They'd run to and impacted onto several communities. We still had a concern about fires on the south coast further impacting particularly coastal communities as they continue their progression to the east. In the Cooma Monaro area, there were a number of, I can't remember the exact number, but a number of uncontained fires, including the fire near Adaminaby, which we were very concerned that it would impact onto that township of Adaminaby that day, most likely, or certainly in days to come.
Do you remember today that the incident controller for the Adaminaby fire was Superintendent James or Jim Durant?
Yes.
Do you remember having any conversations with Mr Durant about the need for any LATs to assist in relation to putting in a line between that fire and the township of Adaminaby on the 23rd of January?
I do. I can't remember the exact times, but I know during the morning we were talking about, generally in state operations, about taskings for the large air tankers, and there were some priority taskings originally in the morning under the Kerry's Ridge fire, which was on the western side of what was known as the Gospers Mountain fire. And then also I remember talking to Jim, or the major incident coordinator, to who Jim reported, in regard to potential need for large air tankers to protect the township of Adaminaby.
And you record in your second statement, Mr McKechnie, that you believe that conversation may have taken place before there was the red phone call at about 11:03?
Correct.
Have you listened to that red phone call recording recently?
Recently, probably it'd be a few weeks ago now.
I might just have that played now to assist with your memory. And can you just listen closely, and I may ask you some questions about whether you've spoken on that call or who has spoken. Thanks.
Okay, I have Jim Durant online for the Adaminaby complex fire in the Snowy Monaro LGA. Jim, go ahead for me, please.
We currently have the Adaminaby complex fire is making a southeast run under severe fire weather conditions. At this point in time, rural properties are threatened, with the village of Adaminaby likely to come under threat this afternoon if containment is not successful. We have local resources backing up strike teams that have already been tasked to that fire. Aircraft are unable to fly at this point in time, and we do have a fire and rescue strike team en route as well.
Okay, so just confirming you're seeing increased fire activity with that fire with these strong winds. You currently got a number of rural properties coming under immediate threat with the potential for the township of Adaminaby later this afternoon. Aircraft are currently ground due to wind and visibility, and you've got fire rescue and other RFS resources either on scene or responding. Is that correct?
Just pausing there, if I may, is the man that we're hearing now, is that Ben Millington, to your understanding?
That's correct.
And what role did Mr Millington hold within state operations on that day?
The Deputy State Operations Controller.
Thank you. Have you heard your voice at all?
Negative.
Thank you. We'll play on.
Correct, Ben.
Okay, so do you want to raise your fire to an emergency warning 5, is that correct?
Emergency warning 5, please, yes.
Understood. I believe we've got your polygons hard copied. We'll try and get those imposed into the COP. Just confirming your message will be?
Shelter in place.
Shelter now.
Correct.
Shelter as far as approaches?
Shelter as fire approaches.
Understood. And location and address base?
Correct.
Okay, understood. And just confirm the geographic location. We're describing it as the Adaminaby area?
That is correct.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you. I understand the bird dog has been launched to check the ability of the LAT given that the smaller aircraft are affected, and we'll come back to you with the outcome of that.
Thanks very much, Ben.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, any questions? Deputy?
Yeah, can we ensure we get a line scanner up straight away and let's launch a LAT also? Let's not wait till the bird dog gets down there. Let's send 737 down there, something that can bomb by itself if need be, if the opportunity presents.
Pausing there, do you know who that gentleman that we just heard now is?
That was the then Deputy Commissioner, Rob Rogers, now Commissioner.
And other than that role as Deputy Commissioner, did he hold any other operational role in relation to that particular day, the 23rd of January 2020? Thank you. We'll play on.
Understood. The line scan, unfortunately, is grounded due to the crosswinds and the wind. They're not able to fly in this weather, same as the other smaller firefighting aircraft.
Okay, let's just get LATs up there and see what they can do.
Understood, sir. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. Media?
No, but
all right, thank you. All right, Jim, we'll get that message prepared and give you a call when we're good to go. And just be aware that the Bureau are also currently revising the fire danger ratings for that area. It looks like that they may increase, so we'll come back to you shortly when that's confirmed.
Thanks, Ben.
Cheers. Thank you, everyone.
Do I understand correctly that you haven't spoken on that call?
No, that's correct. I was on the call, but I didn't speak.
And at the time of the call and throughout the course of the day, were you the State Operations Controller?
Correct.
In circumstances where you're the State Operations Controller, should it not have been your decision to task or dispatch an LAT as opposed to Mr. Rogers?
My recollection was that in the period of that call, leading up to it and actually during the call, that's what I was actually doing, was tasking them with the State Air Desk, and but whilst it's the State Operations Controller's decision to make, in our chain of command, there would be nothing stopping the Deputy Commissioner or the Commissioner for that matter, directing that a resource be sent somewhere. But my recollection was in this instance, that was already in train.
Is it a decision that you agreed with?
Yes.
You recall that Mr. Millington says in that call, I understand the bird dog has been launched to check the ability of the LAT given that the smaller aircraft are affected, and we'll come back to you with the outcome of that. That is coming back to Mr. Darren as the Superintendent Incident Controller for Adaminaby. Did you come to learn at any stage throughout the course of the day, that is the 23rd of January, Mr. McKechnie, that the bird dog was not launched?
I did. I can't remember the exact time, but in that period after seeking that a bird dog go and ultimately the large air tankers, I was advised that the bird dog wasn't or couldn't go, and therefore that we would be. I chose to still send the tankers.
Do you remember who told you that the bird dog had rejected the tasking?
My recollection came from the State Air Desk.
Direct to you?
Yes.
And were you told the reason why the bird dog had rejected the tasking to Adaminaby?
That they had some concern with the weather and were waiting for further advice, that they hadn't rejected the tasking outright, but they were looking for more information before being able to launch to go.
Were you informed subsequent to that discussion that the bird dog had in fact rejected the tasking because they'd received whatever information they needed?
At a further later time again, yes.
And was that before or after you were made aware of the incident relating to B134?
It was prior.
Were you informed throughout the course of the day that local aviation assets attached to the Cooma Fire Control Centre had been grounded due to poor weather conditions and poor visibility?
Yes.
Notwithstanding that you knew that the bird dog had refused the tasking and that there were no local aerial assets coming out of the Cooma Fire Control Centre, notwithstanding that, did you still think it was an appropriate tasking for those LATs on that day?
At that point where I'd been made aware that the bird dog wasn't deploying at that point, because as I say, I was of the understanding initially that they couldn't deploy as yet or wouldn't deploy, that they hadn't rejected it outright, that they wouldn't go at all. But yes, I was aware that the local aircraft tasked direct to the IMT were on the ground. Yes, I still thought it was appropriate for us to look to try and deploy a large air tanker to that area, given the capacity of those aircraft.
Did you have any concerns about whether or not the flying conditions were safe and conducive for a large air tanker?
Did I have concerns about the conditions down there, both for on-the-ground firefighting conditions and what was being faced by those communities? Yes, and along with the potential flying conditions. But I was confident in being able to task a large air tanker. Firstly, given my experience that they have a better operating parameters in rougher or worse flying conditions, and that also confidence in those pilots to be able to make the decision about whether they would be able to firstly fly there and then be able to operate in that area.
Do you, at that time, 23 January 2020, did you have a preference as to whether LATs should or should not be accompanied by a lead plane, that is a bird dog?
Where possible, it does make sense for us to have a bird dog with the large air tanker, but certainly we were very cognizant of having some of our large air tankers that were initial attack capable, and their crew, to be able to perform those tasks.
What are some of the advantages that you believe a bird dog has if it's operating in tandem with an LAT?
Look, it does provide another set, or because we have an air attack supervisor that'll be in the bird dog with the pilot, it does provide two more sets of eyes that are able to look at what is looking to be achieved, because it may be a case that they also have to develop the strategy of how they're going to put the suppressant, or be it they're building a line away from the fire edge or a direct attack right on the fire edge. So it's another two sets of eyes that can look at that, can discuss that with the large air tanker pilots as they go in to help assess with the conditions.
And again, if you could just set out as a generality the role of an air attack supervisor who ordinarily would be in the lead plane, that is the bird dog.
Yeah, so the air attack supervisor is more looking at the fire itself, what types of strategies and tactics from an aviation sense would make sense to deal with, again, be it a direct attack, trying to build a containment line, or slow a fire spread. You know, there's various ways you deal with a fire from the air. And they'll look at what aircraft they may have at their disposal to achieve that, be it light aircraft, rotary aircraft, fixed wing, be it, again, small or large, to be able to do that. And then they'll coordinate the activities of those aircraft over that fireground.
Based on your knowledge of the standard operating procedures, does the air attack supervisor have a direct line of communication with the pilot of an LAT, or is it via the bird dog?
Normally via the bird dog pilot is my understanding.
Does the air attack supervisor, again based on your understanding of the operating procedures pre-23 January 2020, have a direct line of communications with the relevant fire control centre?
The air attack supervisor, yes.
And who would they ordinarily have direct communications with? Would it be the air operations manager, or would it be the incident controller, or deputy incident controller or someone else within the IMT?
It's between three. So the most regular communication would be with an aviation radio operator who is taking and passing of messages, is a communications operator. Then the air operations manager talking through application of aircraft, if they want more aircraft to perform certain tasks, or they feel that they can't implement something. And the other one in the IMT that is very regular is the operations officer, who's responsible for the implementation of the operational plan for that shift.
Thank you. Coming back to 23 January 2020, you're the state coordinator, state operations controller. Who was on the state air desk that you were receiving information from?
Most of my communication that day was with Sam Carruthers, who was one of the people working on the state air desk.
And once a decision's been made by you as the state operations controller to task an LAT, what's the system in place then for the implementation of that tasking so that that particular aircraft can be launched and undertake its mission?
So once, in this instance, once I make the decision for a large air tanker or tankers to go, I'll provide that to the state air desk. At that point in time, back then it would have been to normally who was leading the state air desk, which my recollection was Sam was that day, and provide the approval for it to go, along with if there's any specific instructions to go with it. The incident may ask to use retardant. We may look at it and feel that gel is a better suppressant in this instance, or vice versa. Or we may put a limitation on the number of loads that we're prepared to see delivered, or we may indeed say, look, keep the large air tankers rotating through this until the job is done. But any of those specific instructions, and then the state air desk would provide that to the airbase accordingly.
And to your understanding, would the state air desk provide that to the airbase, namely the airbase manager, through the ARENA system? Or would it be a combination of the ARENA system and either radio or telephone communication?
A combination, but normally led by telephony-based communication, going out first to start advising them of an immediate or an impending tasking and what was being sought. Particularly given that sometimes it would be going to a large air tanker that is on the ground at the airbase waiting for a tasking, or it could be that we're retasking an air tanker that is already in the air on its way to another incident, or as was the case here, already starting to depart for another incident. So it's not always that it's just the next air tanker sitting at the base.
On this particular day that we're concerned with, there was no formal documentary request for the dispatch of the LAT, correct?
Correct.
And is the reason for that was one of expedience, that it was important to get the planes operational as quickly as possible?
That's correct. Given the impending threat to life and property in that village of Adaminaby and the surrounding properties, it was seen as expedient to get that large air tanker mobilised.
If you assume, please, Mr McKechnie, that the written tasking, which is contained within the ARENA, wasn't received by the airbase manager until after the incident that we're concerned with, would you agree that that's less than optimal, that dispatch, which contains important information, hasn't found its way to the airbase manager before launch of an LAT?
I think we would always like to have the time for every mission to be able to be pre-planned completely, and all potential information provided in that format. But I would say the nature of these fires, particularly on these bad days, doesn't allow for that.
I'm told, and if need be I can take you to the relevant document, that it was received about 2 minutes before B134 collided with terrain, in circumstances where a decision's been made by you at around about 11 a.m. And the ARENA document is received by the Richmond Tanker Base at 1:13 p.m. sitting here today, what can be done to expedite that important communication, which is the information contained within the arena to the airbase, so it gets to pilots before they're in the air?
I think certainly something we've implemented since the position of a dedicated LAT coordinator to work with large air tankers, or for that matter, the very large air tankers, allows us to expedite that through someone having a specific focus just on that part of what the air desk is doing. Because I would have to make note of the air desk on a busy day like this is dealing with not only large air tankers, but numerous incidents, as we saw in that season, potentially sometimes over 100 incidents, requesting additional aircraft, changes in aircraft, different suppressant to be delivered to their air bases, different fuel solutions being required. So it's not just that they were focused only on large air tankers.
Appreciating, as I must, that on this particular day resources were stretched and that there are a number of fires burning throughout the state of New South Wales, would you agree with me that 2 hours for the arena information to arrive at the tanker base at Richmond is less than optimal?
I think it would have been good to have that information there earlier, but I think it comes back to whether the pilots had enough information to be able to commence the tasking.
Well, if you could please turn up volume 3. I think it's the volume with your second statement, Mr McKegney, and turn to tab 50, please, towards the end of the volume. You'll see the relevant notification dispatch through the arena system. Do you have that?
Yes, sorry, yes.
They're contained therein is important information necessary, I want to put to you, for a pilot and his crew to undertake the relevant mission.
Yes, correct.
For example, radio frequencies, latitude and longitude coordinates, contact numbers for relevant air operation managers. If that information hadn't been relayed to the pilots before they launch, it then becomes incumbent upon either them or the airbase manager to seek out that information, correct?
That's correct. It could delay the tasking if they need to chase further information.
Or, alternatively, it could mean that the tasking, if accepted, is proceeding without all relevant information to hand.
Potentially, but I would expect that the pilots wouldn't deploy if they didn't have the sufficient information to be able to meet their requirements.
Now, this particular notification of dispatch related to the Adaminaby complex, correct?
Correct.
As part of your decision making and your discussions on the 23rd of January 2020 with the State Air Desk, was there any discussion had in relation to the Good fire?
I was aware of the Good fire. I can't recall whether there was any discussion with the State Air Desk that morning or prior to the incident around the Good fire for a LAT tasking, but I was certainly aware that it was an escalating incident, but I can't recall with the Air Desk itself.
Do you have any memory today of giving any consideration to deploying one or more LATs to the Good fire on the 23rd of January? No. If a LAT was redirected to any fire other than the Adaminaby complex, is that something that you expected to be informed about?
Correct.
And why is that?
Because as a state operations controller, not only you're responsible for making that decision of where the large air tankers will, if they'll deploy and where to, but it's also about maintaining your situational awareness for the priorities that are occurring across the state at that time.
Now, if you assume, please, that neither Mr Crothers, who was your point of contact on the State Air Desk on the 23rd of January, neither Mr Crothers or Jim Darrant or Mr McGuffick, who was the Deputy Incident Controller for Adaminaby, if you assume that neither of those three gentlemen were aware that B134 had been retasked to Good, would that be a break in the standard operating procedures?
It would be.
And why do you say that?
Because normally to retask a large air tanker from one incident to another would again come back through that chain of command, back through our operational system or processes for the state ops controller to endorse, or for that matter, potentially knock back if it had other priorities.
And is that because ultimately, as the state operations coordinator, you're tasked with controlling all incidents across the state, and an LAT is a precious or limited resource that needs to be prioritised accordingly?
They are. They're a strategic resource for use across the state.
Again, if you assume this, and this comes from Mr. Darren's statement, he says that since the incident to which Her Honour is concerned with, he's discussed the matter with Peter Finstead, the Air Operations Manager, who has confirmed that he asked the LAT to go to the Good Fire. If you assume the veracity of that evidence, again, was that a departure from standard operating procedure?
It was.
Where a local Air Operations Manager has deployed or retasked an LAT to a different fireground?
Without any consultation, yes.
If it wasn't an LAT, is that something that an Air Operation Manager could do with local aerial assets?
Correct.
But with an LAT or VLAT, it's a slightly different circumstance, correct?
That's right.
For the reasons you've already enunciated.
That's right.
I just want to come now to some of the changes that have been implemented within the New South Wales Rural Fire Service since the 23rd of January 2020, and some of those changes have come about because of the Australian Transport Safety Bureau report. You mentioned already in your evidence this afternoon, Mr McKechnie, a LAT coordinator, and in general terms, could you just explain what a LATCO will do now when an LAT is to be tasked?
Yeah, so on days of heightened fire danger, or where we have Section 44 declarations in place, we'll assign a person as a large air tanker coordinator working on the state air desk as part of that team, which could consist of anything from, one or two people through to a team of 7 or 8, depending on the day. And they'll take the responsibility for where those incidents are requesting large air tanker support, to be able to assist in assessing what it is they're seeking to do, providing advice to the state operations controller, and as those decisions are made about applying the large air tanker to those incidents or parts of those incidents, to communicate that to the airbase manager, make sure it's captured appropriately, and that I suppose ultimately what the aircraft get makes sense for what is trying to be achieved.
Will pilots be able to communicate directly under the new system to the LATCO, or do they still really need to go via the airbase manager?
Potentially they'll be able to. We would still direct their initial communications back through the airbase manager, because you have this moving situation where it might be that you only have one large air tanker, or you could have 7 or 8, depending on the nature of the day and the task being performed. They could not change much during the day, or they could change regularly as the fire situation being quite dynamic. So normally we would keep them going back to the airbase manager as their point of contact, but that doesn't inhibit them if there's a need for them to reach out to the LAT coordinator, or for that matter, the LAT coordinator themselves. The LAT coordinator themselves contacting the pilots direct.
And has the LATCO been utilised in the last fire season or not?
It has in these most recent fires we've seen since sort of mid to late January here in New South Wales.
And does the LATCO, as it exists now, have a direct line of communication with a fire control centre?
It can do, or again, it may be through the major incident coordinator, who is coordinating across a range of strategies, a range of incidents potentially. So There's no single one line of communication. It's dependent on the nature of the incidents that are occurring, trying to prioritise the resources going to them, and what information is required for the decisions that have to be made.
If we take the hypothetical where local aerial assets are being grounded because of poor weather conditions and poor visibility, and that's known within a local fire control centre, firstly, is there an expectation that that information would find its way to the State Air Desk?
Yes.
Once the State Air Desk is armed with that information and the reasons why crews have been grounded, that is aviation crews, how does that information find its way to a LATCO?
So the LATCO works as part of the team at the Air Desk, and the expectation now that we've implemented this LATCO role would be that if there was aviation resources were grounded, be it through the IMT's decision or the pilots themselves having rejected taskings or not being prepared to fly, that would be shared amongst that aviation team at the State Air Desk.
And how would it be shared in practical terms?
Probably verbally, direct to each other. They work in very close confine.
Will that information find its way onto the ICON system or not?
Correct.
And again, at a high level of generality, how long would it ordinarily take, do you expect, between the State Air Desk being informed that local aviation crews have grounded because of poor weather and poor visibility, for that to be logged onto the ICON system?
Look, I would expect it to be a very short time frame. I suppose to try and put a time to it, less than 10 minutes. I'm probably it's a little bit dependent again of what is occurring, because it may have already been entered in the ICON system at the incident level. Like if the Air Ops manager had made the decision to ground the resources locally, or the resources had chosen to ground themselves, I would expect they would also enter it in the ICON system. So it wouldn't just fall to the State Air Desk to put it into the ICON system once it was communicated to them.
And under the new system, is there an expectation through the LATCO that if the LATCO is appraised of local aviation assets not flying because of poor weather and poor visibility, that would be relayed to the relevant airbase manager?
Certainly if we're looking to use LATs in that area, or if they were grounded very early in the morning, we now have a process in place where every morning the State Air Desk participates in a morning briefing with any large air tanker bases that are operating. And if that was known then, yes, I would expect it to be communicated as part of that briefing. If it was learnt during the day, I would think that it potentially is something that would be more communicated as needs if we're going to use large air tankers in that area, rather than just being more information being passed on just because.
Does an airbase manager have access to the ICON system?
They do.
Do pilots of LATs have access to the ICON system?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there a reason why they wouldn't be given access to the ICON system, particularly if they want to see what's happening locally? If, for example, a local IMT has grounded local aircrew because of poor flying conditions and visibility?
We give access to ICON to numerous agencies, people who are assisting, not just from the RFS, but right across the incident effort. I'd have no issue with LAT pilots having access to see what's been logged in an incident, but my experience would be that that would be somewhat of an information overload, because they would either have to interrogate into the incident specifically to see those log entries, or they would have to look at what is a feed of the intelligence and the logging across all incidents across the state going into ICON. And I imagine that would be very hard to interrogate for a pilot from the aircraft.
Does the ICON system, as it's designed now, have the option for someone with access to go into local air operations for a particular fire control centre?
It's logged across against the incident as a whole. you can record who's entering it and their role, so that Peter McKechnie, the State Operations Controller, entered something, or in my instance, it would come up as State Ops has entered something. But you would have to export it and then search to see only those entries made by a certain role.
I take it there is a search capability within ICON.
Limited, yes.
Could an operator search, for example, the Cooma Fire Control Centre, what taskings there have been in relation to aviation deployment?
They could, but I will say it's probably not the easiest search functionality just to fish out those pieces of logged information.
Would the easiest course be if someone was searching for some information about what's happening at a local fire control centre to either get on the radio or pick up the telephone and ring the relevant person in that fire control centre?
To be quicker.
Mr. McKechnie, I'd take you please to your first statement, which is in volume 2 at tab 28. And I just wanted to take you to one of your annexures, which is it's marked annexure G, and it commences at page 620. That's the red pagination in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yep.
Now you'll see there an interagency aviation standard operating procedure. Was this document redesigned or redrafted following the incident at Goodgood on the 23rd of January 2020?
Correct.
And did it seek to incorporate some policy changes within New South Wales Fire Service in relation to the operation of LATs?
It did.
Now, who is the relevant agency that we're concerned about this? Is this the National Firefighting Centre or what's the just New South Wales?
Yeah. So this is the agencies that work together. So the New South Wales RFS operates the State Air Desk on behalf of right across government, and another number of agencies that are the heavy users of those services come together as is badged on that document, and work through things such as the interagency aviation procedures.
Thank you. Then can I ask you please to turn to page 639. It's page 20 of the document itself, and at section 2.10 it sets out the procedure for aircraft deployment. Mm-hmm. Do you have that, Mr. McKechnie? And if you need a moment to refresh, please do. Now, is this procedure for all aircraft, or is it specific to LATs?
No, this is looking across all aircraft.
Does this,
or addressing all aircraft, I should say.
So in circumstances where we see that an incident management team or the relevant agency should consider a number of things before deploying aircraft, one of them is consider safety issues and undertake risk assessments where appropriate. Now, what's your understanding of those considerations, particularly in relation to risk assessment?
So you have obviously what's occurring in the air and on the ground. So those risk assessments need to include what is the potential impact of the incidents, what is the impact you think you'll make, and therefore reduce the risk to the community, to the firefighters on the ground through the strategies or tactics, the types of aircraft you're looking to use. Each aircraft brings different capabilities. If you're going to look to, for example, I'll go to a different scenario, use a rotary aircraft to support a remote area fire team, and you assign a Type 1 heavy volume rotary aircraft, such as an air crane or a Chinook, and you have ground crews operating in close confines to where they're going to be dropping thousands of litres of water, that's not necessarily as safe for the ground crew as a smaller machine that can drop from a bucket in a more pinpoint accuracy format. So that's a ground example. Then you obviously have the conditions that are operating in the air, We saw numerous times during the 2019-2020 fires where aircraft weren't able to operate. That included the large air tankers at times due to visibility, due to the conditions being experienced, flying conditions. We've had limitations where aircraft can't depart certain airports, or where they can't actually fly to the fire because of potential storm activity between the departure point and the area of operation. So all of those things are coming together in terms of the risks you're looking at.
Do you see any difficulty then, given the examples you've just informed Your Honour about, imposing upon the LATCO or someone on the state air desk the task of doing a risk assessment before a LAT is tasked with a job?
I don't believe that the LATCO by themselves is going to be able to determine whether a job can or can't occur. They'll assist in informing that, but that actually does need to be hand in hand with the pilots who are obviously going to perform the tasks, and they need to be part of that decision, because ultimately the decision to fly will still sit with that pilot in command or pilot in command. The LAT coordinator will assist us in informing it. It will assist in synthesising information to be able to be provided, but ultimately to make that decision by themselves, particularly given that they won't be an expert in every potential aircraft that we may use, or for that matter, the flying of the aircraft themselves. No, I don't think it's reasonable that the LAT coordinator is going to be expected to do all of the assessment by themselves.
I take it then you think that the ultimate decision should still rest with the pilot in command on the assumption they're being provided with all relevant information.
Absolutely.
Have you had an opportunity to read the ATSB final report?
I have, not for a little while now, but...
Do you have a recollection that contained within that report is reference to pre-flight risk assessment tool, or a FRAT?
Yep.
Could a tool such as that be utilised, do you see, through the State Air Desk, whereby the State Air Desk has a FRAT to at least do a preliminary risk assessment as to whether or not a plane should be tasked, or in this case a LAT?
I think it can be part of the solution, and it may be that it's done at the air desk, or for that matter, it may be that it gets done at the incident management team as well, because it won't be just around, I know we're talking about LATs, but that can be utilised across different aviation operations. The challenge for us is going to be, and we're trying to work through this, is how we may be able to systemise that, because I look at during 1920, I think it was some 1,700 odd LAT missions that were performed during that season. To be able to sit down and manually do a form for every one of them, particularly on busy days, I think is potentially introducing the risk of that human error as well. But I think it can assist. And if we can systemise that and build it into a system where we can do more analysis of the weather, like the flying conditions to leave the base, get to the incident, and then ultimately what the flying conditions are like overhead at the incident, and be able to provide that as part of that assessment, I think that will assist, yes.
And now, is that being done firstly?
We haven't implemented it as yet, but it is a piece of work we have commenced. We had a team that travelled after the completion of the ATSB report with learnings that the ATSB had identified. We also went to the I didn't go, but I had a team that went to the United States of America to look at how they implement some of this, both in CAL FIRE and US Forest Service, and look at what we may be able to learn from them and bring back to Australia and implement here. And a FRAT and a process towards that was part of what they observed.
Were you in court this morning when Mr. Gallagher from Coulson Aviation gave his evidence?
Correct.
Did you hear him give evidence to Her Honour that within the California context, that is CAL FIRE, that LATs aren't deployed unless there's a bird dog and an air attack supervisor?
In certain circumstances, yes.
Do you see the advantages to not launching a LAT unless there's a bird dog and an air attack supervisor present?
Again, I think ideally to be able to always have the bird dog and, for that matter, the air attack with them, yes. But I think there are certainly circumstances where it's warranted for protection of life and property to consider the use of the large air tanker without it.
Here in New South Wales, the RFS accepts initial attack certification issued by the United States Forestry Service, correct?
Correct.
Is there any contemplation of having its own, that is RFS's own initial attack certification, or not?
I wouldn't, I suppose contemplation, yes. There's been some discussion about whether we could achieve that, but it's certainly not progressed.
Yeah. You're not set the time.
Okay, we'll take the Jim at 2 o'clock.
My pleasure, Honour. Mr McKegney, have you been provided with volume 5?
Yes.
Could I ask you please to turn up tab 87, where you hopefully will see New South Wales Rural Fire Service operating guidelines for air tanker operations, 2022. And this is the document that was drafted following the ATSB draft report.
Correct.
And which was incorporated in the earlier document I took you to before the luncheon adjournment.
Correct.
Did you have some involvement in relation to reviewing and supervising the content of the material and
I did.
guideline?
This was drafted within my team and ultimately came to myself for review and approval.
And is it now current and operative?
Yes.
Now, I don't want to go over ground that we've already covered, but could I ask you briefly to go to page 1115, which deals with tasking and mission management. (1115), page 14 of the document itself, and then you'll see that that deals with resource request approval. And then if you go over the page to the top of the page, 1116, you'll see the heading considerations.
Mm-hmm.
Now this seems to apply to those particular individuals identified, the incident controller, etc., state operations controller, considerations for when requesting a bird dog reconnaissance or air tanker dispatch, correct?
Yes.
And then it lists a number of considerations. Do those same considerations apply to the state operations coordinator when determining whether or not to dispatch or task a particular LAT, or are there different considerations that may operate?
Look, I think it's fair to say that they also come into the decision, ultimately the decision to approve it and dispatch or not, but they may come in varying different weights.
And you've given some evidence about risk assessment, and I won't go over that, which one would think ordinarily falls within those considerations, whether A, to request, and B, if a request is made, whether to initiate the dispatch or the task, correct? And if you move down the page to the section headed Large Air Tanker Coordinator, and you've given it quite a bit of evidence today in relation to that role, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the 3 dot points that relate to the role of the LATCO. It seems to be constrained, that is the utilisation of that coordinator, LATCO, to extreme fire behaviour incidents, or why at the extreme end and not, for example, when they're going to be utilised regardless of the particular fire behaviour?
When we're developing this, so it's not so much about the extreme, it's the rating, the fire behaviour index of extreme is one of our triggers. It's not that it couldn't be implemented beneath that, but at that point we will implement a LAT coordinator. But at other levels, we believe we have more capacity to be able to deal with those. There's just not as many incidents. They're not necessarily as complex. The taskings you're looking to do may not be as complex or as time pressing. So having to have a dedicated person there just to do that, we believe can actually be achieved through the State Aviation Duty Officer at other times.
Thank you. And then the next dot point again, it seems only to kick in if there are 2 or more LAT or VLATs that are tasked and operating. Why that threshold of 2 or more and not from 1 when one's operating?
Well, again, when we just have the one, it may be outside of our normal bushfire danger period when the RFS owned large air tanker would be the only one in the country, that the ability for the State Aviation Duty Officer to assess a one-off tasking for one aircraft, we feel is within the capacity of that role.
And then over the page to page 1117, just dealing with aerial supervision requirements, and you'll see there a table that summarises particular requirements for LAT operations. I just want to come to the last row, which deals with forecast adverse weather, poor visibility or turbulence. Who's to make the decision that the particular weather forecast is adverse or that there's sufficient or insufficient visibility such that a bird dog ought be required?
Well, I think there'd be, from a state operations perspective, it'd be the feedback that we get either from the Bureau of Meteorology or from the field of what they're experiencing, or for that matter, as always, in discussion with the pilots, if they have that same concern, we would also take that into account as well.
Is there any guidance, or is it intended there be any guidance to set parameters as to what a particular threshold is whereby it's triggered such that a bird dog or air attack supervisor is required?
So you mean in terms of what level of turbulence, for example?
Yeah. Or adverse weather or poor visibility? It's not particularly prescriptive, is what I'm suggesting.
No. And from the LAC coordinator's perspective, from the state aviation duty officer, from the role of the state operations controller, you're trying to assess what you think that risk may be based on the forecast you can bring together, or, as I say, observations from the field or other aircraft. But to arbitrarily set a certain threshold depends on the aircraft itself that you're talking about. We've heard earlier that the C-130 operates different from a 737, so then we'd be looking for pilot input into that as well. But this is meant to set a guidance in terms of when we would or wouldn't consider using it without a bird dog.
Then moving further down the page to the section headed dispatch task rejection. Firstly, you see the section when an individual contends that an aviation dispatch tasking is unsuitable, they have an obligation to report this, identifying any issues and concerns and if any safe alternatives exist to complete the dispatch tasking. If you take, by way of example, that an individual bird dog pilot takes the view that the tasking is unsuitable, who are they to report the rejection of that tasking to?
So ultimately it needs to be reported to the state air desk, but in terms they can report it to anyone in the supervisory responsibility, an airbase manager, air ops manager, the air attack supervisor, so anybody, and for that matter an incident controller, so be it the bird dog pilot, be it the airbase manager, be it anybody involved in the process, should have the ability, and does have the ability, to raise that concern.
And then the next paragraph reads, an aviation dispatch tasking rejection may occur where an individual or agency has determined they cannot safely undertake the activity. Do I understand correctly that that paragraph would include New South Wales RFS as an agency?
Yes.
And then the document sets out particular reasons when a tasking may be rejected. I won't go into those. And then the final matter I just wanted to deal with deals with airspace management, and that's dealt with, and if you need to refresh, please do so. It's dealt with at page 1118. And my question really is, Mr. McKechnie, that airspace management seems to assume that there will be present a bird dog or an incident AAS, air attack supervisor. What's the protocol or the procedure in those circumstances where there's just a LAT in the air without a bird dog or an incident air attack supervisor? How's airspace management to work in those circumstances?
So in those circumstances, again, by providing the pilot in command with the aviation frequencies to be able to communicate with any other aircraft that may be on scene, and making sure that they're briefed in regard to what, if any, other aircraft may be on scene, and their ability to communicate direct with them.
And before I leave that document, I could just take you back into page 1116, please, page 15 of the document itself, which deals with the dispatch and the mission tasking. And you've covered some of this already in your evidence today. where we see at the end any other information which may enhance safety, could that include the contact details for a local air operations manager?
Yes.
Or someone else within the Fire Control Centre who has the necessary qualifications and the receipt of information in relation to local aviation crews and what they're doing?
It could do, yeah.
And similarly, could that information include contact details for a forward commander on the ground who may be able to give information to pilots in the air in relation to local ground conditions?
It could do.
And the last document I wish to take you to is found behind tab 89E in the same bundle, volume 5.
Yep.
And to page 1148, which is page 2 of the document. It's recorded there in the third paragraph. There is an obligation on an incident management team and or state air desk to ensure all aircraft and operators assigned to a particular incident are advised of any dispatch, tasking, rejection as soon as possible. Now, I understand your evidence today in relation to how that could occur, but how can you ensure that in practice it does occur, that a particular aircraft or operator knows with a reasonable degree of certainty who's rejected and why they've rejected a particular tasking to the same area?
Well, I suppose from a degree of certainty would be, we've put it into our procedures and people would be expected to follow those procedures, but also the accountability back to, be it an air operations manager at the incident level having responsibility for the aviation operations over the incidents they're managing, or the air desk ensuring that it's being communicated, be it to the air ops manager, to the airbase manager in the case of the large air tanker bases, and that airbase manager having the responsibility to pass it onwards, would have to be ensured that it's logged. But that's the way we would see it occurring.
And then if you could go then to the third page of that document, to page 1149, to the section dealing with the state air desk. The third paragraph under that section reads, where two or more aircraft reject a dispatch tasking, the state air desk duty officer will undertake an assessment of the operating environment in conjunction with the state operations controller. Again, why the need for two or more and not if there's just one?
Well, what we looked at was that it may be a case of you ask, one aircraft, or you provide a tasking to one aircraft, it rejects it for whatever their reasoning was. You may go to a larger aircraft thinking that it has a better capacity to undertake that task, but we felt that the trigger was there that if you're getting two, regardless of if they're the same or different knocking it back, then there needs to be a further point of review, where the first one, it just gives that ability to look for a different type of aircraft that may have a different set of operating parameters to perform the task.
Thank you, Mr McKinney. That concludes my examination, Chief.
No questions. No questions, Your Honour.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much.
You can too. Your Honour, before I formally close the evidence, can I just deal with some matters, procedural matters? Your Honour has received the brief of evidence and has marked that 8-volume brief, Exhibit 66. Can I formally tender an additional page, which is sheet 91 of the operational log of Mr Peter Finstad, if that could be inserted behind tab 37, Your Honour? Copies have been circulated. We have received the signed statement of Mr John Gallagher. Could that signed statement replace the unsigned statement that sits behind tab 98? There's the MFIA, which Your Honour will recall was the 3-page type notes of Mr Kevin Harder. If that could become tab 43A within Exhibit 66. And Your Honour, I took Mr Gallagher to a document which was the Coulson Aviation response to the ATSB draft report. Your Honour may have marked that as exhibit, but perhaps in hindsight, if that tender could be withdrawn and that be made tab 110A.
Yes, I don't think I did formally mark it as an exhibit.
Your Honour may have done that for the California or Cal Fire material.
The incident.
Yes. If I could withdraw the tender of that, which I think was marked Exhibit 68, if that could become tab 133. The reason for that is it seems to me at least that it makes more sense to have it all contained within the 8-volume brief and not separate. Finally, Your Honour, by way of update, Your Honour will recall that I addressed Your Honour last week on attempts that have been made to contact Mr Peter Finstad. Further inquiries have been made since I addressed Your Honour last week. On the 22nd of March, a further email was sent by those assisting Your Honour to Mr Finstad and the manager of the Calgary Forest Area. I'm instructed that the Calgary Forest Area confirmed Mr Finstad is employed by them and has been from at least January of this year, but we've yet to receive any response by Mr Finstad to our inquiries. The only other matter which I wish to raise, and it doesn't necessarily need to be dealt with today, is that is the timetabling of submissions and fixing a time for oral address so parties can speak to their respective written submissions. Can I tentatively identify the week of the 22nd of May 2023, likely the Wednesday or Thursday of that week, for oral addresses in relation to these 3 inquests, and on the assumption that that week is available to Your Honour and to parties, that those assisting Your Honour provide written submissions by the 28th of April, noting of course the Easter long weekend, school holidays and the Anzac Day public holiday, and that the parties have until the 19th of May for any submissions in reply. I haven't provided the timetable to my learned friends, but I have flagged with each of them the prospect of a day in the week of the 22nd of May, and I don't believe that at this stage causes any difficulty.
Thank you, Mr Cassidy.
Apart from that, Your Honour, if nothing arising, I formally close the evidentiary side of the inquest, and now, if it's convenient to Your Honour and to the family members, move to family statements. Your Honour, as you know, Rick de Morgan Jr.'s family are located in the United States of America and have been watching Your Honour's proceedings remotely. I've been invited by Rick's family to speak on their behalf, and I've been provided with a document which has been drafted by Rick's mother Linda and his sister Virginia, and I'll just take a moment now to read that to Your Honour and to those present. The first section is from Rick's sister Virginia. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to give a statement today. However, I couldn't bring myself to once again put it into words. The life of my brother, and what a devastating loss it has been, not only for me personally, but for my family and his friends as well. So with a heavy heart, filled full with grief, and now guilt for asking, I asked my mum if she would mind doing so, because I just couldn't bring myself to once again attempt to capture with words the life that was my brother. She has sent the following, and the following is from Rick's mother, Linda. Thank you for giving our family the opportunity to make a statement today. It is important for us to share the person that Rick was with you. Rick Allen de Morgan Jr. bounced into this world on October 13th, 1976, larger than life, quite literally at 9 pounds 3 ounces. He was a bundle of joy and happiness, with a loving soul and a kind heart right from the very start. Growing up, Rick was an adventurous child right from the start. As a young boy, he decided he would attempt flying by jumping off the patio roof. When that didn't work, he and his sister decided trees would be better. Much to my dismay, Rick began riding a small motorcycle his father, Rick Sr., brought home for him at the age of 5. The first time Rick dumped the bike, he stood up, dusted himself off and got right back on. This began the beginning of his mastery of motorcycles, as well as every other thing he decided to take on in life, no matter the challenge. As a matter of fact, the more challenging, the better. Rick developed a very unique personality. You always knew where you stood with him, right or wrong, good and bad. He had a sense of humour that was both funny beyond belief, incredibly infectious to those around him, and filterless. You couldn't help but to be laughing hysterically at something when Rick was around. Rick was a good student in school. He never got into much trouble, with the exception of his junior year of high school, where he discovered cow tipping with a friend and buried my car up to the axles in mud. Then there was the one time he decided to try mailbox bashing. Karma was delivered swiftly and a valuable lesson was learned. The bat bounced back and whacked him upside the head. I would have paid to have seen that. Our family would attend the local air shows at all of the surrounding military bases in the area. And at age 8, Rick announced, "When I grow up, I want to go into the Air Force and fly planes." Rick indeed joined the Air Force at age 18 and pursued his dream of flying. Not long after joining the military, Rick married and had 2 beautiful children, a boy and a girl, Lucas Allen and Logan Grace. Like everything else he undertook in life, Rick became an expert in his field and on his aircraft. Rick spent 24 years in the Air Force and was still on active duty at the time of his death. Rick was a highly decorated aviator, and during his time as a US Airman, not only did he lead and mentor others and facilitate special programs, he amassed 4,000 total flight hours, nearly 2,000 hours of which were in combat, during 13 deployments in support of Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraq Freedom. Upon his death, not only was he honoured on the floor of the United States Congress, but also by the National Fallen Firefighters Association. And Rick was the first ever member of the Air Force Special Operations Command to be chosen by NASCAR to be honoured in their yearly 600 miles of remembrance race. Words cannot express how proud our family is of him. Rick meant many different things to his family. He was a son to Rick and Linda De Morgan. He was a brother and best friend to Virginia. He was a father to Lucas Allen. He was a father to Logan Grace. He was an uncle to Alex and Max. He was a very much loved part of our family. Rick also was a friend, colleague, and mentor to all he served with over his career. The loss of Rick has been devastating for our family. Some of the heartbreaking and lasting effects are: his sister sends flowers every month to his grave and is struggling a great deal to work through her grief. His father refuses to go to the cemetery. His nephew Alex, on his way to work, would have to drive by C130 Boneyard every day and holds that in his grief. His nephew Max will sit in his room and hold the challenge coins Rick gave him. He too wants to fly one day. We now depend on our memories of love, laughter, photographs, and the many tributes Rick has received from both your country as well as our own. Thank you for letting us share with you the funny, dedicated and beautiful soul that was Rick Allen de Morgan Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. And I would like to thank Linda and Virginia, who I understand will be watching this at some point, for your beautiful words about Rick. His loss is a tragedy and is keenly felt by everyone in this country, along with the loss of Ian and Paul. So thank you for providing those beautiful words about Rick, who we now know a little better. And it's an incredibly generous thing to do, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, if it's convenient, I now invite Bodie Macbeth to come forward to read a statement on behalf of Ian's family.
Is there water? Yeah, thanks. Just take your time.
Yeah, I might need it.
Yeah.
Okay. Up until this point, I've avoided standing up and trying to sum up Ian, our life. I also wanted to make sure I was careful to speak from my heart instead of the hurt I have felt for the last 3 years. It has taken a lot of soul-searching and finessing to find the words, but I think it is important for all of you to understand that my husband was not just number 134. I met Ian when I was 19 years old. In my friend group, it was known that I planned to travel the world, and not once did I think that I would commit myself or settle down. But then I met Ian. Ian was the type of person that had so much energy that when you touched him, it was palpable. I often tell people that Ian lived 45 years, but in human years, it was 110. He had a way of living, loving, doing, adventuring, caring, and working that dulls most of our lives in comparison. We had been married 20 years when he passed away. We had, in fact, just celebrated our anniversary by traveling around in a small RV. And I remember thinking, that's when you know you're really happy with somebody, when you can spend 10 days in a small RV and wish it was 10 more. In our 20 years together, we brought 3 children into this world. If you were to ask me how old they are, I would struggle because in the last 3 years, they have gone from 17, 13, and 10 to ages he wouldn't recognize. He's already missed so much. Our oldest, Abigail, graduated high school and has become a beautiful adult, doing life and giving to others. Our son, Calvin, has started driving and is constantly tinkering on his truck without his mechanically minded father to help him. And our youngest, Ella, just won state championship in wrestling. How do you make it a right for them? I've been asked a few times since Ian passed whether if I knew that he would pass so young, I would marry him again. And I can say 100% yes. But would I have children and have them lose their father? I don't know. A mentor, an adventure partner, a teacher, he was their pin. I'm not sure of much in the end, but I do know to myself and children, Ian was and is more than 134. He was our life. And with this, I also want to include a little something that his father sent over. I was never really amazing with getting words onto paper, so a lot of times I'll reach out to my father-in-law. My father-in-law was definitely why my husband was adventurous in the way he was. He has his doctorates. He was a Vietnam vet, and he lives life to a crazy full amount. But after he lost his son and his best friend, he's not the same. So these are his words. Hi, Bodhi. Safe travels to Australia. You have offered us the opportunity to express our thoughts in the loss of Ian and what it's meant to us. Thank you so much. For me personally, this is a topic that I address every single day and will likely do until I pass away. I visit him every day in Ray at his grave, and I hoot and holler at the sky. Ian was a very pragmatic person in many ways. I think he would likely say, hey dude, I'm gone. Don't be fritzing around thinking of me. Get on fixing stuff. That may be Ian, but one of the first feelings I always have is what we lost when we lost him. His life and the dreams he had for his family, which meant so much to him. When I see his family struggle and triumph without him, there to coach and cheer them on and revel in their experiences, I feel so sad for him. My thoughts then turn to Bodhi, Abigail, Calvin, and Ella. Knowing how much I feel every day, I cannot begin to feel the grief that must engulf you all so many times over. I think of Ian's mom, who misses him dearly every day, as I do, and out of the blue, she will start crying when something reminds her of him. And then Ian's brother and sisters, who miss him so much. No number of Ian's stories they tell will make up for the real thing. He was such a driver of good things in life. And then Ian's friends, of which there are many that come to mind. He was someone who impacted all around him with countless acts of service. All have come forward with stories of his selfless deeds and kindness, which were so characteristic of him. Even as a little boy, Ian had a huge soft spot for the underdog, which only grew as he matured. Ultimately, Ian lost his life on that terrible day doing what he did best, serving others and his mates. He didn't have to be there. And then I think of Ian's country and what it means to him. Ian was not an outwardly patriotic person, but service was his life. He had 24 years of duty, and he did it so well in so many places, Afghanistan and Iraq, just to name a few, in such a quiet and confident way. Lastly, and I hope this does honor to Ian's selfless approach to many things, my thoughts go to my personal feelings of loss. I'm surrounded by reminders of him. When I go to his old school gym, a wrestling match, or basketball game, I see his name on the wall, a holder of so many school records, a holder of a mile run, a record unlikely is to fall anytime soon, if ever. When I go to a football game, I wear his old jersey. Ian's first boss and mentor when he was 14 was my cousin Buck, who managed a ranch that Ian went and worked at summers. Ian loved Buck and his wife Joan and loved working on the ranch. Buck is now 82 and is dying slowly of cancer. I call him weekly, and conversations invariably turn to Ian and what an incredible young man he was. And it makes me so sad for the stories that Buck shares and the stories that only Ian could hopefully fully appreciate. And Ian is gone from me and from us forever.
Thank you so much, Bodhi, for those beautiful words, and also to Ian's dad for his beautiful words.
Thank you.
in so much more than a number. And thank you for bringing him into this courtroom.
Thank you.
And the beautiful photos. It's so lovely to see your family.
We had a lot of memories.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right.
Well, I just wanted to remind Your Honour that throughout this week, Paul's wife Noreen has been present in court. Your Honour, that concludes the family statements and the proceedings, subject to informing the parties of a timetable and a hearing date for our oral address in due course.
I also want to acknowledge Paul and Noreen, your attendance here this week and last week, and how it has been such an effort for you to be here, I'm sure, and I just hope that it has been helpful in some way. Again, I just want to say now we've actually come to the stage of these proceedings, of all the inquests and inquiries where we've heard about the deaths of 25 people during that black summer of bushfires. But the loss of these three men, these three brave men, Rick, Ian and Paul, have a very special place in the hearts of everyone in this country. So again, I thank you, I thank them for the service that they provided, leaving their own families and their own homes and coming here to protect us. So thank you once again. Mr. Castleton. So there's nothing else that we need to do?
Not at this stage. If there's an issue with the proposed timetable or hearing date, I'll raise that with my instructing solicitors.
Thank you. We'll adjourn.